Cajon Mountains. This journey is a classic adventure. Beyond those mountains is Cascade Canyon, our destination. It's a 52-mile round trip through some of the most beautiful country on earth. By December, the snows have come to southwest Colorado. Heavy winter storms roll in from the Pacific Northwest. Rockwood is the home of the track gang. During storms, snow has to be cleared from the switches. Over at Tank Creek, maintenance makes sure there's water for the train. This time of year, the pipes are frozen, so water is pumped from the creek. Leaving Rockwood, we come to the Animas River Gorge and the High Line. The High Line is a narrow shelf that runs along the cliffside. It was constructed by the old railroaders more than 100 years ago. To ride the High Line in winter is the greatest thrill in railroading. winter, Cascade is the end of the line. The tracks to Silverton are buried below drifts. It will be spring before the next train can make it through. Lunch stop is about an hour. Passengers can hike around, take photographs, or just play in the snow. Beyond those mountains is the old mining town of Silverton. At the turn of the century, Silverton was a boom town. It was known as the mining capital of the world. Millions of dollars worth of silver and gold were taken out of the San Juan Mountains. Today, all the mines are closed, but Silverton is still a boom town. During the summer, thousands of visitors ride the train to experience the romance of the Old West. But now it's winter, and winters here are always tough. There won't be any tourists until the first train arrives in May. This journey is a classic railroad adventure. Nowhere can you ride a train through mountains as beautiful as these. The winter train experience is truly the adventure of a lifetime.
Well, with the conclusion of the winter holiday train through the San Juan Mountains and National Forest, that also concludes our evening of programming here on Vermonti TV, our Ride the Rails night here on Vermonti TV, a whole evening that was dedicated to railroad programming. We started out in Vermont and her neighbors and northern railroads. We then went to New Hampshire with the steam trains. We went on to Pike's Peak and concluded just a few moments ago with the winter holiday train. So I hope if you've enjoyed this type of programming this evening, if you're a railroad buff and have enjoyed watching this wonderful retrospective and also past and present documentaries of trains and railroads here in the United States and also in New England, that you'll go to the phones now and make a pledge of support and let us know that that type of programming is important to you and you want it to continue here on Vermonti TV. It's very easy, it's very quick, and we ask for you to provide the financial support so that programs like this will continue into the future. We have some wonderful thank you gifts that I'd like to tell you about, and this is the last chance of the evening for you to take advantage of those. So get your calls in now if you'd like to pledge at the $60 level. We have the VHS of Northern Railroads, the program you watched earlier. For a pledge of $90, we will send you a set of the Tracks Ahead mugs. That can be yours for a pledge of $90. And for a pledge of $120, we will send you our deal this evening, and that's the Tracks Ahead mugs and the Northern Railroads video. But this is the last chance of the evening. If you want to call and take advantage of those thank you gifts, Now is the time to go to your phone and dial the toll-free number 1-800-639-8303.
This is also your last opportunity to help us get up to that $9,000 level. We're at $7,290. And we do have a few folks on the phone here from Smuggler's Notch. There are volunteers. And we have narrowed them down now to the most talented of the volunteers of the evening, and we encourage you to keep them busy by dialing up and sharing with us your contributions to Vermont ETV. We'd like you to become not only a supporter, but a member of the Vermont ETV family. Remember, you can use your Visa, your MasterCard, or your American Express card, and you may also decide to make some installment giving. We can break that down to something that you can manage month by month. Once again, we encourage you to make these folks busy and let us know that you support the kind of programming that you've been watching. Alternative programming tonight with the trains programs, but also, of course, the cultural programs that you see throughout the schedule on Vermont ETV. Please call us right now at 1-800-639-8303.
This is our very important March membership campaign. We've been telling you about it throughout the last several days that we've been having our March membership campaign. It is the largest drive of the year, and we had an ambitious goal of $305,000. And right now, we are nearing, I believe, $288,000. So we're well on our way. We only have 2 days left of this drive. And so if you haven't already contributed and made your voice heard in our tote board, I hope you will take the opportunity now to do so and make those phones ring in the studio and make our volunteers busy this final time this evening. Also, again, a reminder when you do come to the phone to use your MasterCard, Visa, or American Express. And I'd also like to remind you about the very special $120 thank you gift that we have at the $120 pledge level. And that's the box set of the 3 Vermont ETV locally produced nostalgia programs, Vermont Memories 2, and Northern Railroads. It's the last chance of the evening for you to take advantage of those, so go to your phone now. There's only exclusive here to Vermont ETV. It's the only place you'll find them. But in order to take advantage of them is to give us a call now, 1-800-639-8303.
And if you do go to the phone, you'll be joining your neighbors in New York State, in Vermont, New Hampshire, and in Quebec. We've had calls from all of those areas showing a great deal of interest in the railroad programs we've had tonight. Buster Keaton is coming up in The General, another railroad movie that's coming up in just a little while here on Vermont ETV. In the meantime, please go to your phone and join us maybe at the very basic level of $35 a month. I'm sorry, that would be a nice contribution. $35 a year makes you a member of Vermont ETV, and you receive the program guide at $10 a month. The $120 contribution brings you some wonderful thank yous. In fact, let me run through those thank yous for the last time. At the $60 level, the VHS of the program called Vermont Railroads, produced by Vermont ETV, Vermont and her neighbors. And then the Tracks Ahead mugs are yours for a $90 pledge, and for $120, 2 mugs, and also the VHS. Please call us right now at 1-800-639-8303.
Perhaps you've been sitting watching the programming this evening and saying, gee, I'd like to become a member of Vermont ETV, or I've been meaning to become a member of Vermont ETV. Well, now would be the perfect opportunity to do so. You've watched some wonderful railroading programming. It's the later in the evening. Our volunteers are busy or anxiously awaiting to become busy. Our phones are not so busy, and now would be the time to call up and get right through to them. And this is the final chance of the evening to take advantage of that wonderful 3-tape set of Vermont Memories 2, and Northern Railroads. And it's our way of saying thanks to you at our $120 pledge level. Use your MasterCard, Visa, or American Express. You can break that down in installments to $10 a month. But now is your time to go to the phone and call, perhaps at that level, and take advantage last time this evening. And you can do so by dialing toll-free, 1-800-639-8303.
We were really hoping that by the end of the evening we would have maybe reached the $9,000 level. We've done pretty well at $7,350. And if you'd like to get on board tonight and make one more effort at those telephones to join Vermont ETV, we'd be glad to have you with us. There's the phone ringing. Angie's picked it up. We have someone calling from Putney, Vermont, and we've got some other folks who've called from Burlington area. Join these folks in supporting public television in your area. The bell means a $120 contribution, $10 a month. Isn't public television worth that to you? Call us at 1-800-639-8303.
On the screen, you'll see the names of all the wonderful people who have helped us out this evening, our volunteers, and our special thanks from some of our corporate sponsors. and they have helped to make this evening possible, as many of our other drive evenings have as well. We hope that you will take the opportunity to still call in. Our volunteers will be standing by. If you've already called in this evening, we certainly appreciate it. We're on our way toward reaching our goal of $305,000 for this March membership campaign, and it's through the generous support of our viewers that it makes it possible. Stay tuned for The General, starring Buster Keaton, and thank you, as always, for believing that TV worth watching is TV worth paying for.
By becoming a member, you make our programs possible. Thank you. Volunteers will remain by the phones during the next program to take your pledge. If you prefer to pledge by mail, send your check to Vermonti TV at either our Colchester, Vermont address or to the Public Television Association of Quebec. This is Vermonti TV.
Les Miserables, the musical phenomenon that took Broadway and the world by storm, celebrates its 10th anniversary with a concert performance that brings together cast members who help make it a must-see around the globe. See why the world loves Les Mis. Les Miserables in its entirety, in concert, right here on Great Performances.
Our Vermonti TV favorite, Wednesday at 8. Tuesday night, get Barn Again.
A barn is a romance. It's part of the history of this country.
That's right, get Barn Again and explore restored barns from Maine to California. Examine the old world influences in New England and Vermont barns and unusual designs like round barns. It's a very resurrecting experience.
In the barn, it's a sign of independence, that you were your own employer. You ran your own life.
Barn Again, Tuesday at 8 on Vermonti TV.
I'm Susan Stanford. Do you know what green means? When Fred Dubray gallops across the South Dakota prairie, his imagination turns to a time when 60 million buffalo painted the plains black, when herds of wild mustangs danced on the horizon, and when Indian people were at the center of an enormous grassland ecosystem, a prairie culture.
Everybody in prayer says, Madaki Oyasi. That means all my relatives. I recognize all my relatives. Sometimes people scoff at that, you know, this guy thinks this buffalo's his brother, or this coyote's his cousin, or, you know, whatever. But it's true. Our whole economy, our whole lifestyle was based on following buffalo herds around.
It took less than 40 years at the end of the last century for newcomers to destroy it. The great buffalo herds were slaughtered to fewer than 1,000. The thick prairie grasses were put to the plow.
The buffalo, our people, our native grasses here, pretty much everything that's native has been threatened with that attitude.
But Fred Dubray, a Lakota Sioux, has a powerful vision of a different future for the grasslands. If the buffalo could be brought back, they could lead the way to a renaissance on the plains.
When I talk about restoration of buffalo, it doesn't mean just buffalo. It means prairie dogs. It means this native grass. It means our people. It means the whole environment getting back into harmony.
For years, Dubray has been convinced that the only places left where huge herds of buffalo could roam across a natural landscape are the impoverished Indian reservations of the northern plains. And so he began to organize. By the spring of 1992, he had pulled together 28 tribes to form the Intertribal Bison Cooperative. The Cheyenne were there, the Winnebago, the Apache, the Ute, the Crow, and others.
It's a matter of moving together as a united group, trying to better ourselves, and trying to take something back that was stolen from us. So I consider this basically Indian war party.
In just 2 years, the herds have come roaring back.
Like us here at Cheyenne River, at that time we had 85 head of buffalo. Since that time, we've increased our herd to just under 1,000 head.
Well, I think for the tribes, it's a natural fit. I think I think for them it can help for a lot of reasons. They have a large land base that's not utilized very well.
Dwayne Lammers already has seen what buffalo can mean to the plains. 10 years ago, he converted his 777 ranch south of Rapid City from cattle to buffalo. Today, he runs a herd of 2,000. As his Indian neighbors might have predicted, buffalo are improving the land.
We've tripled most wildlife populations that we have a rough count on, such as antelope, deer, grouse. We've more than doubled our grass plants over the last few years. We've not used fertilizers and pesticides. We've strictly just used the animals themselves to manage the improvement of the grass.
Buffalo are improving the local economy as well. At the Prairie Edge Gallery in Rapid City, you can buy boots and saddles, wool scarves, and traditional Indian art, all made from buffalo. That's part of the future Fred Dubray believes is possible on the reservations. But it is the restoration of a native buffalo culture that he feels is the first step to protecting the prairies. And it's happening. Hundreds of Lakota children, some of whom have never seen a buffalo, now attend ceremonial butchering workshops where elders like Edna Little Elk teach them to respect what the buffalo gives them.
You look at the Western point of view, it elevates the humans to above the plants and animals as a superior race or superior species. And it's inevitable with that approach, eventually everything will be wiped out. So I think the world needs Indian people and the way they look at the world.
The return of the buffalo is good news for the Plains Indians and for the plains themselves. Buffalo require only half as much grazing land as cattle, and as they roam, they naturally perform the mowing and fertilizing crucial to the prairies. Restoring the land to a healthy balance is what green means.
Find out more about what people are doing for the environment and how you can help. Order your copy of the Green Means Guidebook. Call 1-800-441-3000. Green Means is made possible by the Richard and Rhoda Goldman Fund, sponsors of the Goldman Environmental Prize, recognizing environmental heroes throughout the world.
Vermonti TV introduces Viewer's Choice, where you pick the movies. It's easy and fun. Now, here are your candidates for this Friday's Vermonti TV Front Row feature. Voting is easy. You can call our viewer response line, contact us through Vermonti TV online or email, or simply mail in your choices. We'll announce each week's winner shortly before airtime. Stay tuned.
American soldiers are on board, ready to take over the plane. But there's a bomb. One of the passengers in direct control of it. We need your help to find him. You're looking for a man with an electronic device. He's probably a...
Halle Berry and Kurt Russell find themselves as characters on a plane taken over by terrorists in Executive Decision. She's a stewardess, he's an expert on terrorism, and they have to deal with both the terrorists and a number of plot twists. I met with both of them in Los Angeles at the airport. How appropriate, because after all, Kurt is an avid pilot.
I've decided that all this is a really clever scam that you have done. I mean, you're a guy that loves to fly. You're an athlete. You know, I think all you're doing with your life, I don't think it has anything to do with craft, anything to do with art.
You're right.
You're just having fun.
Can't deny it. You hit the nail on the head.
Well, that's it. And I hope Hard Copy enjoys this.
Yeah.
I've exposed this whole thing.
My dad, when he was a young man, said he's going to play baseball and Cowboys and Indians all his life. And when I heard that story, I thought, that's pretty smart.
That's
I'd like
pretty
to do
smart.
that, you know, play baseball and Cowboys and Indians. That's a pretty good deal.
mean, you do love to fly.
Yep.
How much fun is it to be able to see yourself up there in fantasy?
Well, it's fun. I'm working with Cliff Robertson right now, and every time we work together, we've worked together for 3 or 4 days now. I go to the makeup trailer, and we start talking airplanes.
And separated and up, is it the old dream that we've all wanted to fly? Do you have any idea?
Well, it's an interesting, really great question.
When I was growing up, I never really thought there was a chance that I could be beautiful, because I didn't see myself that way, and the people and the media didn't portray women of color as being beautiful. And I suppose we find it rather endearing, and yet in a way it's not endearing, is it? It's rather sad. That means there are other people who felt the same way.
I think so, but I also feel really positive today because women of color, black women especially, are being viewed as beautiful today. And, and it's a good thing. It makes me feel good about who I am, that's for sure. Because like I said, there was a time when we didn't have beautiful black women to admire.
It's good to see you again, Howard.
Thank you very much.
With Halle Berry at the Los Angeles airport. I'm Patrick Starr.
Come on, pick it up. Pick it up. I'm watching you on video, behind you above the bulkhead. There you go. We met in the elevator, remember?
You're watching Vermonti TV.
Local broadcast of Front Row Features Monday through Friday evenings on Vermonti TV is funded in part by Wakefield Cable, providing quality television to the Mad River Valley, and by members of Vermonti TV, like you. Local broadcast of Front Row Features, Monday through Friday evenings on Vermonti TV, is funded in part by...
Wind chill is minus 45. It's what the old-timers called weather not fit for man nor beast. And certainly not in these old barns. They were built years ago for dairy cattle, for beef, for hogs, horses, and poultry. This one dates back to 1916. It's owned by a father and his son, Joe and Leon Sparks. Leon is the third generation on this place. From the outside, you'd think this was just another drafty old South Dakota barn. But inside, it's warm and cozy. Joe and Leon might have let it fall apart. Instead, they fixed up the 75-year-old structure and made it useful for their hog operation. This is modern American agriculture. Hogs farrow year-round in this insulated, temperature-controlled facility where contented sows nurse their piglets under the eyes of the Sparks family, who found a new use for an old farm building. A 100 years ago, 85% of Americans lived on farms. Today, 85% of us live in urban areas. And a whole generation of Americans is growing up with little knowledge of rural life.
If a barn isn't somewhere in our backgrounds, I think we're all disadvantaged folks. If you were a little kid and just went out and sat in an old wagon under a shed when you were a child, I think you were richer for pretending that it was the cowboys and Indians or something, you know. It was a fantasy, and it's a mystery, it's a romance. A barn is a romance. It's part of the history of this country.
To me, the question is not why do people find barns attractive, but why did it take so long before people did understand that they're attractive? It's so many people who grew up on the farm and remembered primarily the pain, the difficulty, economic troubles, the hard work, who had a hard time looking then at that building as being simply a place of pleasure and beauty. It was too familiar to them to be beautiful. But now people have the opportunity to stand back a little bit, take a look at it, realize that it's endangered.
I don't think we could farm today like they did back in the days when this barn was built. Not this kind of acres, because we've gotten bigger acre-wise because you have to make a living. And these people that laid this barn up, that had to take an enormous amount of time to shape them blocks up and put them up like that. I don't think I'd have the patience.
The large barns that were built 50 or 100 years ago served several functions. Under the roof in a large loft area, hay and bedding were stored for the animals which were housed below. Horses were kept in stalls. Cows were milked in another area. Some barns even had a corner reserved for chickens. These farms were labor-intensive, with the farmer owning several teams of horses and employing a number of hired hands. A couple of times during the summer, everyone on the farm pitched in to put up hay. The clover, alfalfa, and prairie grasses were cut at maturity by a mower pulled by a team of horses. After the hay had dried in the hot summer sun, it was loaded onto a wagon. In the old days, the hay was pitched on the wagon by hand, but around 1900, the hay loader came into use. It could hoist the hay into the wagon. It still took 3 hired hands to drive the team and arrange the hay in the wagon box. At the barn, a system of ropes, pulleys, a track, and a hay fork were used to bring the hay from the wagon into the loft. Again, it was horsepower that did the heavy lifting. And it required 3 or 4 people to accomplish the task. dry, one person with a tractor and baler does the work of the team of horses and the 3 hired hands. And one person with a lift moves the bale off the field.
In America today, there's an image of people who are not farmers to think that the farm is romantic. It looks old in some ways. It has a romance, perhaps the shape of the barn, of the weathered shingles. And the idea, carried by most of us perhaps, is that it has a way of being permanent in the landscape. But that would be incorrect in viewing what a farm is in terms of its life and time. The image that one should have is that it's constantly changing in time.
This is the Willis Dam Farm in Columbus County, Wisconsin. Looks like a typical farmstead. It has a large barn, some outbuildings, a couple of silos, an old house. But it didn't always look the way it does today. Back in 1850, the family lived in a center post house and built a barn. By 1900, the farmstead looked like this. By 1950, like this. And by 1990, like this. Not only do the farmsteads change over the years, but so do the barns themselves. This double barn is on the farmstead of the Shaker community in Poland Spring, Maine. There are 9 souls living in this last practicing Shaker community in America.
Come on, girls.
Brother Smith oversees the farming operations.
The 2 current barns were built in 1847, and virtually all of the material was manufactured, or rather produced, from the property. The granite was harvested from a quarry, which we still own, and the timbers were all cut on the property and fashioned in our own mill. So we were pretty self-sufficient. Very early on, the Shakers, just having drawn very industrious people, were always looking for a better way to do things. We've always embraced modern technology and tried to make improvements, feeling that whatever we could contribute to the benefit of mankind was our obligation as Christian people.
The barns were built as 2 separate structures. The rear building housed the oxen, and the front was a stable for horses. In 1896, they were connected so that the brothers could do their chores more easily. There's a little clue that gives away the relative ages of the original barn and the connection.
On the front of the horse stable, you'll notice that the windows, I believe, some of them were 12/9 and some of them were 9/6. And that's much earlier than the facade on the ox barn, which was from 1896. And you notice that there's 6/6 panes.
In the early days, oxen were used in the haying operation. Later, the oxen were replaced by tractors, so partitions were built for equipment storage, and the horse stalls were removed in the lower level, which today is a sheep pen. Now, most people count sheep. Brother Smith names them.
This is Borealis here. This is Theodora. That's Hypostes. And this is Marie. This is Eos. And Antigone is there with the blue tag. And this is Mother Marie here, who's the mother of baby Marie over there. We have a Juno and we have a chocolate chip. And some of our names are a little ridiculous, but you had to be there when we named them.
Sheep are shorn each spring. These sheep are bred for their wool. The most desirable wool has fibers 4 inches or longer. The secret to shearing is to keep moving around the animal and move the animal in order to keep the wool in one piece so that each fleece can be rolled up into a ball.
The barn structurally is very sound. It's mostly cosmetic, the work that it needs now. Like the back part of the stable is still pretty abused looking from the horses. It would be nice to have that finished again, too. I would like to have the sides either go back to cedar shingles or to clapboarding like the front. I really don't like asphalt siding, and I'd like to have it go back to its traditional state. And I think that is a goal of ours.
The typical New England farm of a century ago was small, often enclosed by stone walls. The farms would support a few milk cows, pigs, chickens, and sheep. But in the West, settlement came later. Rural life was different. It still is. These are South Dakota's Black Hills. There are no stone walls, and these are ranches, not farms. They are measured in sections, not acres. This is the Frawley Ranch, actually one of 4 Frawley ranches. It's spring roundup time. Hank Frawley is the 3rd generation on this ranch.
Well, we just refer to this as the Lower Ranch, and this is kind of the heart of our working cattle business.
The buildings were constructed over a period of time.
Most of those buildings were built by my dad and his brother in the early 1900s. There's the remnants of an old log building there, which goes back to the homestead days, which was made into a tack room. You have a granary, but then they also built a newer horse barn and a newer cattle shed. And they somehow came up with the concept of a connecting barn.
4 generations of Frawleys and their neighbors gather every year for roundup. These calves were born during March and April.
Like today, we're branding around 300 calves, and the bull calves are castrated and made into steers. And then it's important that all these calves receive a vaccination shot when they're young. It's just like the kids, getting their measles shots and their flu shots and their whooping cough shot.
The original Henry Frawley started with just a few acres and a love of ranching. Over the years, he bought up additional land from struggling homesteaders.
Most of the people who came were farmers, or as they were referred to as sodbusters. And they learned the hard way that this climate and area was ill-suited for farming. And so the people that survived were the people who primarily placed their emphasis on livestock production.
On the 2nd day, roundup moves to the East Ranch, the Anderson place. These crumbling stone buildings originally were the center of a busy Danish dairy operation. The ranch hands milked 100 cows a day here. In the old days, if you could milk 7 cows an hour and speak Danish, you could get a job here.
The key to their success was a spring that was located at the ranch. The spring produces 40-degree water, and it turned out to be a wonderful refrigeration system. And then every day they would, of course, load the fresh milk and cream and butter and cheeses that they had made, and that would be loaded into wagons and then taken up to the Deadwood Lead community where it was sold.
The stone walls of these old buildings are falling apart.
The long-range plan, of course, is to restore all these buildings, to restore the house, and then to restore, or perhaps we may have to reconstruct the barn.
But the real pride and joy of the Frawley ranches is this complex of buildings on the upper ranch.
My grandfather Frawley bought it, and he started building a very unique set of barns, which are referred to today as courtyard barns. And this construction went on for years until he finally was able to complete them. And it was a total, complete facility for horses that were being used on a daily basis.
The limestone barn, which housed Frawley's valued percher on horses, was built in the 1880s. 15 years later, he built an adjacent courtyard barn, a wooden structure to showcase his registered purebred Hereford cattle. The combined space of these 2 barns is over 15,000 square feet. It's a National Historic Landmark.
Well, the Frawley Ranch is one of the few historic ranches where all of the original buildings, furnishings, tools, memorabilia have been preserved almost intact.
The courtyard barns enclosed the barnyard at all times and protected the valuable cattle and horses from the bitter South Dakota winter winds. These barns represented a design found throughout Europe. Many barn building traditions came to America from the Old World. In America, as in the European homeland, barns were built to protect crops, animals, and farm tools from the elements. They came in a variety of shapes and sizes. Each nationality brought a way of constructing rural buildings and laying out the farmstead, and each had an idea of what a farm should resemble. Each tried to create its Old World homestead here. The Scandinavians, for example, brought a practice of erecting small, separate log buildings in a loose arrangement. The Germans brought a tradition of half-timbered buildings. Two major building traditions came to dominate barn construction in America. One was the English. They tended to build a one-level thrashing and grain barn. The barn had a central drive with two bays on either side. The central drive was used as a threshing area, a breezeway where grain was flailed to separate the kernels from the husks. The two side bays were a storage space for grain and for hay or straw. The second barn tradition to dominate American barn design was the German, a two-story barn with hay and straw stored above and the animals housed below. If the barn was located on level ground, a ramp gave a team of horses and wagon access to the upper floor. But if the terrain was hilly, the barn was built into the side of a hill or bank and became known as a bank barn. The upper story often extended over the lower to provide a partial cover for the livestock in bad weather. This projection or forebay is one of the striking characteristics of German barns so commonly seen in the mid-Atlantic states. These European barns had considerable influence on American barn design over the years. But America really added something. New construction techniques evolved. Standardized barn plans were created. Old ways were replaced by a new scientific way of doing things. And the unique American barn came into being. It was spacious, modern, readily adaptable to changes in agricultural technology, and often painted red.
They say that the barns in early New England were painted red, primarily because the paint was easy to make. They mixed milk usually with iron filings, iron oxide, sometimes it was clay in the soil, and it made a very strong, durable paint. But once when I was going to school many years ago, more than I care to remember, I did a piece of investigative reporting of my own in Indiana and asked around why barns were painted red in that area. And the farmers all said there that barns were painted red because red paint was the cheapest paint you could get. I asked some manufacturers and hardware stores in the area why red paint was indeed the cheapest paint you could get. And they said, because we sell so much of it. And I really suspect that that's exactly the reason. They paint their barns red because that's the cheapest paint, and it's the cheapest paint because that's the color they paint their barns. But really, it's a matter of the momentum of tradition.
This 100-year-old barn in Clay County, South Dakota, is owned by Helen Anderson Quirk. Her great-grandfather migrated from Sweden and homesteaded here.
The large horse barn, built in 1894, had 20 stalls to hold 20 horses, and large enough in the center that 4 horses could be harnessed abreast or harnessed before they were brought outside. It has a huge hayloft. All that we've done to keep the barn in good condition is remill the windows in 1971 and reshingle in 1975. And painting today.
why is Mrs. Quirk spending the time and money to maintain the barn?
Well, I think a lot of it is respect and appreciation for my forebears building such a fine farm. And there's sentiment for a wonderful childhood here. Memories of roaming around the whole farmstead, freedom to do that. And I have an appreciation of history and like to keep something that shows agriculture in past years. There aren't many old farmsteads left for the future to show what farming was like at one time.
The Anderson Horse Barn stands almost like a monument in the center of a busy farming operation. It's a tribute to America's proud agricultural past. But some 100-year-old barns are still the working hub of a farm's activity. Morning is breaking on the Stuart Schlaffer farm in eastern Illinois. Every morning, Stuart drives his Holstein cows into his 115-year-old barn for milking. He'll do it again this evening. Milking's been a part of Judy and Stuart's chores for the 9 years they've been running this farm. Stuart bought the farm from his dad, who milked cows for 30 years. And his dad got the farm from Stuart's grandpa, and so on. This barn has seen tens of thousands of head of cattle pass through its doors. Over the years, it's been electrified, added to, jacked up, cemented around, and pulled back into shape when it sat.
Well, when I was 16 years old, I thought I knew everything, and I thought what I should do is tear the barn out and put in a loafing shed and put up a milking parlor and get rid of the old barn completely. And Dad just told me to hang on for a couple years until I got out of school and, think about it.
And hang on he did. He realized the old barn could be made useful. With his dad's encouragement, he added free stalls. Next came new piping to make this a grade A milk facility. He attached a milk house.
This barn to me means it's a symbol of a heritage. It's a piece of material that someone has sculptured and made into a barn that they don't replace anymore at all. My dad died in 1980, and if you'd be able to see the stuff that I've done since he's passed on, I think he'd be proud of everything.
The elegant Schlaffer barn was built when American agriculture reigned supreme, and the farmer was lord of his domain. It represented the epitome of grand barn design for the farmer, but not for the super rich. On the shores of Lake Champlain in Vermont is a vast estate. It was established in the late 1880s by Dr. William Seward Webb, a physician turned investor, who married Lila Vanderbilt. While most wealthy New Yorkers built summer homes at Newport, Dr. Webb built a sumptuous farm. The grounds were landscaped by Frederick Law Olmsted, who had designed Central Park. This was America's Gilded Age, and the castle at the end of the drive is not the living quarters. This is the barn, and just one of them, designed for a man for whom farming was a hobby and money was no object. It is 5 stories tall and had stalls for 80 teams of mules and horses, shops for blacksmiths, carpenters, painters, and management staff. At one time, several hundred employees were working here. Today, it's a museum and education center. But barns had a modest beginning. The word barn originally meant a door-covered hole in the ground, a place for barley. Eventually, the ground storage hole became a building. When the immigrant settlers came to America, They brought with them construction techniques they used in the Old World. Common to many countries was the tradition of log construction. Logs were laid in tiers, both even and alternating. A second technique, also brought from Europe, was the heavy timber system, which was held together by mortise and tenon joints. A mortise hole is cut and fitted with a tenon tongue. The joint is secured with a dowel or pin. The pieces are assembled and then erected in a day in the traditional American barn raising. It continues in the Amish community today. In the late 19th century, a new design expanded the space in the loft and eliminated many of the posts and beams. It was open, lightweight, machine-cut, standardized, nailed. It looked to some to be too weak, like a balloon, but it wasn't. This system, the gambrel roof barn, became the most popular barn in America. A variation on the gambrel system is the bow truss. Farmers liked the bow truss because it eliminated the beams altogether and gave them a large open space. Leroy Zenger in Iowa Falls built this one in 1939. It was one of the first in the area.
When I come out here and look at it now, I sometimes wonder how I pushed that handsaw so much to do all that work, because we didn't have a lot of power equipment at that time. I cut that all by hand with the handsaw. The studs and the plates and the joists and everything was all cut before we ever started raising them. It went along really pretty good because everybody was working at their own speed, really, but we got the whole sum of 45 cents an hour and dinner.
These bow truss buildings in Virginia are some of the earliest prefab buildings. They are mail-order barns sold by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears offered various adaptations of the principal plan: an open cattle barn, a granary, and a horse barn with its individual windows and stalls. These barns sit on one of America's oldest estates, Meadow Farm, in the foothills of Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. This is a portion of the ancestral lands of Presidents James Madison and Zachary Taylor. Helen Marie Taylor is the current steward of Meadow Farm, which has remained in the Taylor family since 1722.
Well, I'm a preservationist at heart, and I like saving vestiges of the past because I think we know how to live in the present and the future better when we know something about our roots.
Another barn on the Taylor estates is this horse barn. It is over 50 feet wide and 200 feet long and surrounded by a covered indoor track. There are stalls with 20 horses, a tack room, and an office. Hay was stored in the loft of this 11,000 square foot building. All in all, there are 2,200 glass panes. And this barn also is a 1930s Sears prefab building ordered through the catalog.
To me, they are an absolute miracle. The idea that these were mail-order barns is incredible. And you'd have to say they've been restored with tender, loving care.
Barn Again will be back with more.
In the late 1800s and into the 20th century, a new barn architecture was touted: the round barn.
Well, those are unique and fabulous buildings. The livestock were kept in one building, and the hay or the feed was concentrated and fed at the center of the building for labor efficiency and for space efficiency. There also was the idea that manure collection would be more efficient in a building like that because the manure could be moved toward the outside of the building and providing for a warmer, cleaner environment.
One of the agricultural brochures of the time calculated that since cattle were wedge-shaped, more could eat at one time if they were fed in a circle. The problem, of course, is that the wedges tended to move around.
The idea of a round building in itself inherently is more space efficient, but it also is quite costly to build. And, we're lucky to have them around today.
This barn near Manhattan, Illinois isn't exactly round. It's 20-sided and was built from lumber salvaged from the Chicago Exposition of 1893. If you were to rebuild this barn today, the cost of the lumber alone would be almost $500,000. This barn was built in 1908 by Jason Manchester in Lakeview, Ohio. The barn served as a model farm plant for its owner, who gained a reputation for his success in agricultural improvement programs. It is 102 feet in diameter and 90 feet high. It will hold over 150 tons of hay, 5,000 bushels of corn, 15,000 bushels of oats, 16 horses, and 100 head of cattle.
It was kind of a fad of that era because most all the round barns that I've ever heard about were built, I think, from about 1895 to 1915. So this was about the middle of what I would call the round barn era. And there were cattle in the barn, but it's not ever been used real hard for any type of livestock.
The Manchester barn is a 3-story structure with an interior silo surrounded by a corn crib. The top floor of the barn was designed exclusively for hay storage. This is the silo, which extends to the lower level. On the second floor, the corn crib encircles the silo. This alley is wide enough for 2 teams of horses and wagons to pass each other. Further to the outside, on the second level, oats were stored. The holes in the floor permitted the oats to fall by gravity to wagons below. Finally, on the bottom floor, the livestock was kept. The barn now houses a seed operation. Tim raises certified soybeans and wheat for wholesale and retail sales. Recently, Tim invested in new grain cleaning equipment. Tim's grandfather actually started the grain cleaning operation in this barn in the 1930s.
The height of that is a big advantage. A lot of the new processing plants you'll see will have an elevator after each stage of the cleaning process. We can accomplish a lot of that by gravity.
The Manchester barn has been a prominent feature of the central Ohio landscape over the years. Tim's father recognized its importance and in 1975 made a considerable investment in repairing the roof. Now, Tim is the 5th generation custodian of the barn.
It would certainly be hard for me to let it fall down, but the fact that we're still using it productively for this seed operation doesn't really make it that much of a question about keeping it, especially with all this new equipment I'm putting in. It would have to deteriorate awfully severely before I would consider moving that out. So I'm really committing myself to it now.
The round barn represented the idealized geometric pattern. The barn symbolized progress, and they are beautiful. Farmers have always tried to enhance the visual appeal of their barns in the supports they built to hold up the roofs, in the colors they select to protect and decorate the wood, in the hardware they placed on the doors, and in the weather vanes they mounted on the cupolas. In the mid-Atlantic area, the bricklayers vented the lofts of the barns by working intricate designs into the walls. On this barn, the symbols of communion are depicted. Above, a bundle of wheat, and below, a chalice, and the communion wafer. The story goes that the owner of this barn asked the bricklayers to create his own image astride his favorite prize racehorse. But he didn't pay the artists on time, so they changed the design to show him seated on a jackass. Because the horse was so valuable to the farmer or rancher, the horse barn or stable received special attention. It was usually the most attractive building on the farmstead, often better constructed and better looking than the house.
The better kept the barn, the better the farmer. It was a visible sign of how successful he was and how well he took care of that which was important. The house is utterly unimportant. Many a pioneer wife complained about that she lived in her sod house or log house a lot longer than she wanted to, because the man of the family insisted that first things came first, and that was the barn, not the house.
There is a rich variety of barn shapes, sizes, and styles. In the South, open tobacco barns dot the landscape. In New England, connected buildings dominated farm architecture, design, and construction for years. These square barns are clustered near Adair, Illinois. This design represents the individual stamp of a local craftsman who has left his mark on one small area of mid-America. But the barns across this country are fast disappearing as agriculture becomes consolidated, as large farm operations buy out small farms, as fewer farmers cultivate more acres, farmsteads are abandoned and buildings collapse. Others fall victim to urban development. But some are saved. 5 acres of this 80-acre farm now provide the principal income for Al Langhals and his family. It's not corn, and it's not soybeans. It's Silver Queen Artemisia, which Debbie sells with other flowers and herbs in the barn which once sheltered the cows Al milked as a kid.
The interior of the barn has had the most change. We insulated and lowered the ceiling and poured the floor because it was just a dirt floor in here before that. And a lot of cleaning, much cleaning, weeks and weeks. We wanted to keep the barn looking as much as possible like it would have years ago, so that people would know, and the minute they came in, that this was a barn.
This is the Santa Ynez Valley of California, just north of Santa Barbara. It's early September. Here, another old dairy barn has been converted. Now, it's a winery.
Winemaking is something very traditional, and therefore it's nice when it can be, as it were, attached to something else that is also traditional. The space that a barn affords is perfect for a winery because you've got the height for the tanks being very large. You've got the air cooling, which is a natural air cooling system, and that is very, very important in winemaking to have a building that stays nice and cool.
This barn was built 100 years ago near Cozad, Nebraska, to shelter 6 teams of Belgian horses. The sides appear to have been added as lean-tos, but actually, this was the original design. It's being moved into Codzad to become a shop for a local contractor. But only a few barns can be rescued by recycling them as shops, museums, or restaurants. If the barns are to be saved, it's going to be up to the farmer to do it. In 1987, the National Trust for Historic Preservation and Successful Farming magazine launched a national program to assist farmers to find new agricultural uses for their old barns, to adapt the barn that Grandpa built so it could serve the needs of today's modern farmer. They called it Barn Again.
A lot of people that we heard from almost secretly had this desire to save their barn and use it or rehabilitate it, but it just wasn't the thing to do, and they were almost embarrassed about it, afraid of what the neighbors would say. They'd say, you know, old Joe's gone crazy. He's sinking all this money into that old barn. When Successful Farming came out and endorsed the idea of using an older barn, it really reinforced these people's ideas. It validated their ideas, and they kind of came out of the closet and said, yes, I'm going to do that too. If a farmer needs a building, say to store his combine or to store hay or whatever, if he's in the market for a building, and he can compare what it would cost to construct a new building with what it would cost to rehabilitate his barn, he can make a pretty straight comparison, practically speaking, on whether it's worth saving his barn.
Ted and Janice King of Knoxville, Illinois, participated in the Barn Again program. They took out stalls, lofts, and beams to create an open storage area. Because farming is specialized today, there's no longer a need for horse stalls, cattle pens, and chicken coops.
I think it is an important concept that if you're going to save buildings, they have to be functional for modern-day purposes. And we needed large hay bale storage and machinery storage, so that really worked in well with what we needed.
Ted wanted to put a metal roof on because that is the most cost-effective roof to put on. And since this part of the roof above us was wood shingles, and I love the old wood shingles, I wanted to repair those. But we soon learned that they were in bad enough shape that that wasn't going to happen, that we couldn't repair those. They had to be replaced.
But Janice resisted the metal roof. While she wasn't able to find wood shingles at a price the Kings could afford, she made a deal with a lumber yard in Bloomington on shakes.
Everybody likes the appearance of it, and even though we have been told that shakes are not the original roofing material, that shingles would have been accurate, I thought it had a much more similar appearance than what the metal roofing would have had.
The original structure was built 120 years ago. It was a showplace in the community. The sandstone for the foundation was quarried right here on the farm.
This whole area of the foundation had completely crumbled away, and we're not really sure what the problem was that caused that, but obviously there was moisture that was getting in here over the years and had really rotted away some of the sandstone.
Earlier repairs had used Portland cement as mortar. During the freezing and thawing process, the cement held, but the sandstone blocks crumbled. Janice tried to find someone to solve the problem.
So I would interview these people and say, well, what do you think is causing this problem on these piers with the sandstone falling away? And they'd look at it and say, well, I think the cows are rubbing on it and causing that. So immediately I would cross them off the list.
Eventually, Janice found a mason who was willing to make a mortar softer than the sandstone.
People who are working with historic buildings actually have to talk to craftspeople who know old buildings, and in the case of masonry, know what materials are in old mortars and are willing to work with you to replicate those. That one looks pretty good. I think that one's all right, but if it's bumpy, you have to get those off, okay?
The section of the barn now being restored as a lean-to added about 10 years after the original structure was completed. The brick will be recycled to maintain the look of the old barn. John Tingley is laying a cement block foundation.
The old foundation that was tore out here was real shallow, and what we're trying to do is get below frost here we've got a concrete footing in here now, and then come up with block for economy's sake, and then we'll just put a brick face on it that'll be all that'll show above the ground. And it'll look just like the old foundation that was here, except it'll be below frost, and it should last a lot longer.
We have had hundreds of people tour this barn, and most of them local. You know, they were people who really wanted to see and love old barns. People feel a kinship to, and that's one of the links to the past that they feel. It's kind of a window to the past. This barn literally belongs to the community. It is a landmark. It's something that, even though we own it, they feel ownership.
People would come up to me, and thought it was really great that we were saving that old barn, because they really thought that was important and thought that more people should do it.
The man who renovated the interior of the King barn was Dave Cholik. Cholik began by converting old barns into covered bridges. Now he and his crew work full-time across the country, renovating 30 barns each year. He's in Chesaning, Michigan, where he'll turn John Weisenberger's old barn into an open storage space.
And when we go through the barns, we recognize that most barns are renovated about every 20 years. And if you were to go through this barn, you could see some of the things in the renovation that were not there in the original part of the barn. So about every 20 years, barns do get renovated.
This barn will get a renovation as never before. The original barn had stanchions for 16 milking cows at one end and stables for horses at the other. The support was a King Post truss construction, which held up the loft and the gambrel roof. It had a drive-through with partitions on either side. Dave will build a truss on either side of the drive-through as a new support for the wall.
What we're doing here in this barn is going to be a typical barn renovation. This is a simple post and beam barn-style construction. It's what you would see like on a covered bridge or on any bridge that you see today. This barn is in really good shape. First of all, it's got a good roof, and it has had a good roof for a long period of time. If it has a good roof, that usually means that you don't have to worry about any beams being rotted from water leaking in, loft beams, floor beams, sill beams. It usually means the barn is pretty well protected.
This new truss Dave is mounting will replace the beams which held up the building and supported the loft with its tons of hay and straw. Next, Dave will perform some radical surgery. The old horse stables will go. The partitions on either side of the drive. The milk cow stanchions. The loft.
The main reason we want to take these lofts out is because they were built to give a lot of area up above them for storing hay for both the cattle and for the horses that used to work the farm. What we're taking them out for now is because the farmer, of course, no longer uses horses. What he has is he has large equipment, some large tractors, and they have to have the higher height clearance in order to be able to store them in these old barns.
But change doesn't always come easy for a man who's done chores morning and night for 50 years in a building where every board, peg, and beam has meaning.
Kind of sad in a way, because they do bring back a lot of memories. I'd kind of forgotten all about the horses and stuff, and I got to thinking, well, this is where the horses used to stand, this is where they used to eat, and then I can remember the bowl and stuff, that we always had.
The farmer doesn't like to see you tearing at things. It hurts him. It's sort of like, here goes a part of us. But when you open it up and he gets his big equipment and he comes to the realization that the barn is going to be saved, that 90% of the structure is going to still be there, he feels better about that. And then you start talking to them, and say, don't forget to bring your neighbors in so that they can see it, so that they can understand how this principle works. Then they start to take pride in it again. And usually if you show him how many times the barn has been changed, because farming practices changed, then he feels like he's just a continuation of that process.
As a last step, a new door will be cut into the end, and a smaller loft will be made above the new door from recycled lumber.
We're going to put in a big 18-foot wide door opening. It's going to have about 13.5 foot of clearance. We need that kind of clearance for the farmer to get into these barns today in order to make them functional. Otherwise, the barns are just going to simply continue to go to waste. But with this type of approach, we can usually save any barn.
A new door frame must be installed for the large opening. This frame will also support the new loft.
We try to use beams that were already here. We're going to use as much of the old material as possible. And even if we have to bring lumber in from the outside, we try to get beams from an old existing barn and make it look the same. And also, it's much stronger. Let's go. Good enough. We got out of here. Pick it up, push this way, okay. Let down. Beauty!
Finally, the old interior supports are pulled out. The cost to John Weisenberger for Cholik to make all these changes? $4,000.
No use having a building here that you can't use. You might just as well have something you can use and make it worthwhile. That's the way I look at it.
Right up.
Next to John Weisenberger's old barn is a new building. It has metal sides, a flatter roof, and no loft.
The buildings are much more specific in their purpose today. A building is built for machinery storage, or for grain storage, or for livestock production, but not for all three. And also the weight of the cladding of the metal clad building is somewhat less than the older wood frame, wood construction buildings. Therefore, they can go to wider and wider spans, which is absolutely necessary for today's machinery and grain storage operations. I think today's modern farm building is a very, very sleek, pretty building. I like them very much. I like the old buildings, too. Every era has its characteristics. And I think the era of the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and on into the next century, we'll find our place in architectural history and in agriculture.
The barns of the past 3 decades may very well find their place in architectural history. But the question is, will they find a place in American culture? Will they conjure up the past, hold the memories, reflect the tradition? Are they made of the same stuff the old barns were made of?
Barns represent everything that people imagine early American agriculture to represent. The hard work and the good times. The hardy yeoman, who still did all of his own work. It represents, unlike the factory, where you were somebody else's employee or slave, depending on how you look at it. In the barn, it's a sign of independence, that you were your own employer. You ran your own life. And as full as you could make that barn was as full as you could make your life. It represents, in some ways, a lost innocence in America, because now farming has become industrial and corporate, but then the barn was a sign of the independent family operating, and that was their pride. The family always put their money into the barn before they put it into the house.
Fall excursion train. More than 600 people climbed aboard this past weekend. Scott Waterman was one of those.
The combination of railroad trains and the foliage is a very good combination and interests a lot of people.
Looks a lot different this way than being on the highway. You don't have to worry about driving or anybody getting in your way.
Don't see too many houses this way either, do you?
Because this was my first opportunity to travel from St. Johnsbury to Newport by rail in my lifetime, I couldn't imagine missing today's trip.
Usually if the weather holds out, the days are nice and clear, you get to see the leaves in full color.
It's absolutely a splendid time of year to be on the rail, to be viewing the foliage. The colors are just incredible this weekend.
Again, Scott Waterman, the
back in time to when the railroad was king.
The B&M had the Rutland coming in here. It was a main line from Boston to Montreal. It was a booming railroad town.
Train enthusiasts tell the history of northern railroads and share stories of the good old days. Then step into the 50s with our newest special, Vermont Memories 2.
The 50s were absolutely
full of chrome.
Everybody had saved their money. They wanted.
Huge engines.
Because it was the era of affluence.
Big cars, cruising, weekend sports, an old pastime becomes a booming business, and much, much more. Call now with your pledge of $120 and you'll be able to enjoy the memories of Vermont with friends and family for years to come.
That's an absolutely marvelous addition to your video library. This is the last chance that you have to receive that this evening, so we hope that you'll take advantage of it. If you're not yet a member of Vermont ETV and you'd like to include that, the nostalgia collection, in your video library, this is the only place that you can receive that. You know, these programs, Vermont Memories 1, 2, and Northern Railroads were produced right here on Vermont ETV, or at Vermont ETV. So if you were interested in that, call right now and make that pledge of $120. Help us get to that $8,000 mark. We are making progress. We're at $1,505 right now. But if you're not yet a member, call the number you see on your screen. It's toll-free thanks to Frontier Communications. 1-800-639-8303.
I have to tell you, Lou just took a phone call from Woodstock for $300. Let's hear some cowbells for that one. And Rose just took a call from Bristol for $120. That is just wonderful. Things are really moving here at Vermont ETV this evening. We're at 15:05 with an overall goal this evening of $8,000. We're well on our way to that goal, and only you can make it happen. I was just looking at this Barn Again guide, which is a resource guide for Barn Again. And what's really interesting is that if you have a barn or a structure and you're thinking about restoring it, it gives you helpful tips on the foundations and framing and the roofs and the siding and the painting and the windows and the doors. So it's really, really a nice guide to have. And at the $60 pledge level tonight, we will give you this absolutely free. So show your support to Vermont ETV, show your support for public television, and we'll get this in the mail to you at the $60 pledge. Our toll-free number is 1-800-639-8303.
And here's another reason for you to call with your pledge. Everyone who calls during this program will be eligible for a trip to the French Riviera. This is an integrated linguistic and cultural one-week stay during September. There you will improve your command of the French language while discovering the cultural richness of the area. Call with your pledge now. You could be sunbathing on the Riviera or visiting famous museums or enjoying a gastronomic experience if you're the lucky winner. Special thanks to Friendly French Immersion in Montreal. Call now.
Stay with us because coming up next is the 7 Spiritual Laws of Success by Deepak Chopra. And right now, you have the opportunity to go to the phone and make that pledge of support for this type of programming that we have here on Vermont ETV. We'd like to remind you, if you call in at the $90 level, we will say thank you by sending you the Barn Again video, the program that you have just enjoyed. This is your last chance this evening to receive offering right now. For your $60 pledge, we'll say thank you by sending you the Barn Resource Guide that goes along with the program that you've just enjoyed. And of course, for $120, our very special Nostalgia Collection, Vermont Memories 1, 2, and Northern Railroads, our own Vermont ETV Productions. But do call right now and make that pledge of support because membership dollars are very, very important to us here. They make many programs possible for your enjoyment. Let's take a look at another one right now.
Les Miserables, the musical phenomenon that took Broadway and the world by storm, celebrates its 10th anniversary with a concert performance that brings together cast members who help make it a must-see around the globe. See why the world loves Les Mis. Les Miserables in its entirety, in concert, right here on Great Performances.
That's tomorrow at 8 o'clock here on Vermont ETV. Encore presentation because you have asked for it and we are bringing it back to you. Call right now, help us toward that $8,000 goal. We're at $1,775 right now. Let's get to that $2,000 mark. That will be a nice plateau. Call 1-800-639-8303.
And Leanne, I just know we're going to get to 2,000 and then some during this break. It's your last chance to get in on this. It's the 2-minute warning. Please give us a call right now for $60. Remember, you pick up this great resource guide, Barn Again, and at the $90 level, we'll give you the VHS tape. Those are wonderful gifts. Those are gifts to you to say thank you for your support for public television. As Leanne was saying, our goal is $8,000. The overall goal here during our March Pledge Drive is $305,000, and we are very, very close to that goal with just 2 nights remaining. Now, we're at 17. Well, we just went to $18.95. That's wonderful. The phones are starting to ring. Our friends here from Merrill Lynch are here to answer the phones for you. They're volunteering their time because they believe in public television and Vermont ETV. Now, we've got a toll-free number set up for you no matter where you're viewing us this evening, whether it's New York or Canada, all over Vermont and New Hampshire.
Into the area.
I'm Will Michael and
Stay tuned. Places in the Heart will continue shortly on Vermont TV.
We hope that you're enjoying Places in the Heart this evening. This is part of our mega movie weekend. This is one of our absolutely fabulous lineup of movies that we have today. I was just looking at all of the people who are in this movie. I mean, this is like almost a who's who of great actors right now. We've got Sally Field, Lindsay Krause, Ed Harris. Just, it's incredible. Danny Glover, John Malkovich. I could just go on, and I'm sure you know all of these people because you've been watching the movie. Right now, we're asking for your support for movies on Vermont TV. If you enjoy movies on Vermont TV, there's no better way to let us know that than to go to the phone, call, and make a pledge. Now, this is the very first phone call we've gotten today. We have super volunteers here in the studio, and I'm not kidding. This is really two of the best groups I can think of to come and help us answer the phones. We've got Long Distance North, who provides our 800 number, and then we've got Friends of Vermont TV, absolutely enthusiastic volunteers. They're not too good with their bell ringing and applauding, however, but they're great volunteers, and they're waiting to take your phone call. If you make a pledge of $60, we have a special thank you gift for you, and that is our Mega Movie T-shirt. I don't know if you can see that. There it is. Our Mega Movie T-shirt. For a pledge of $60, this is a special T-shirt we had made especially for this weekend. So let us hear from you. It's important that you call right now, 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
Yes, we're back in the studio, and you know, Carolyn's here on my monitor, or she was, but we were going to have a little exchange there. I was going to basically ask her when we were going to eat, but I can tell by the looks of things, she's so wound up out there in the studio. I think I need to do some calisthenics to keep up with this woman.
Sorry about that, John. I totally forgot about the bantering exchange. How did that slip by me? I don't know.
I don't know. You're forgetting little old me who's all by himself in this little four-walled studio with a living room set trying to make this thing work for the weekend.
You're right, but you know, as I've said throughout this entire Mega Movie weekend, I've got the hard job. I'm out here where the work is being done. You're in there where life is easy.
Well, I don't know if it's easy, but at least it's a little boring at times because I'm all by myself out here.
Poor John.
Anyway, we'll get back to Carolyn in a few moments, but right now I want to tell you that this is the Mega Movie Weekend. We've been here all weekend, and in fact, it's probably starting to show that Carolyn and I have been here all weekend. But we intend to be with you the rest of the way through, all the way up until closing time this evening, so to speak. I want to tell you about our contest that we'll be having later on this evening. Some lucky viewer will walk away with this 31-inch color television by Hitachi. It's a surround sound, stereo, remote-controlled, on-screen programmable 31-inch home theater, and someone will walk away with that along with 8 video cassettes of some of the movies we've been watching throughout the course of the weekend. All it takes is a phone call to enter. We hope that if you do go to the phones and make a call, that you'll also make a pledge of support. 1-800-639-8303 and 655-1100.
We've gotten some of our first phone calls here in the studio, and that's super. If you're a fan of movies on Vermont TV, there's no better time to call than right now to make that pledge. When you go to the phones, bring along your credit card with you, MasterCard, Visa, or Discover. It'll make you an instant member of Vermont TV. We'll be able to get your thank you gifts right out. I hear the fanfare. That means we just went over $36,000, and that is great. We couldn't do it without your support. Now, you just heard a cowbell ring. That means someone pledged at the level of $100. Let me tell you what you can get when you do pledge at certain levels. If you pledge at $60, we will send you the Mega Movie T-shirt that I was talking about just a second ago. If you pledge at $60, you may also choose to receive the Leonard Maltin 1993 video guide. But if you pledge at the level of $100, we will send you both of these gifts, the T-shirt and the Maltin movie guide. And it's so easy to do. All you have to do is go to the phone, dial the number you see on your screen, and make a pledge. It's also very important that we hear from you right now, especially if movies is an important part of your viewing here on Vermont TV. 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
As we've been telling you about all weekend long, if you've been with us, and I hope you have, we're having a drawing this evening for that 31-inch Hitachi home theater, and more names are going into the container, and one of these names is going to come out the lucky winner of that and walk away with the TV, and if I dropped one on the floor, we'll pick that up and put it in later. I'd like to thank some people who have generously contributed. We have Meg Wilson of Beaconsfield, Quebec, We have Bruce and Maureen Prentice of Montreal, Shireen Metcalf of Bradford, Vermont. These are all people over $100 that have pledged in the last break. Robert Mills of Montreal, Jim Makakir of Grand Isle, I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, Jim, and Ralph Gaduli of South Burlington. If that's Dr. Ralph, thank you very much for your pledge. Right now, you can make a difference. Go to your phone and tell us that you appreciate the movies you've been watching all weekend long. We have some wonderful thank you gifts, and you can register for the drawing that will be held later. But right now, make that commitment. Go to your phones. You can call toll-free from anywhere, thanks to Long Distance North, 1-800-639-8303, or locally 655-1100.
You watch Vermont TV, you are going to find a wide diversity of programming. We're not here to offer you the same sort of programs that you can get on any channel. We're here to offer you the very best in programs. And right now, we're going to offer you the very best in movies. And what is that? Well, think about the movie coming up next. At 8 o'clock, we're going to air The Sting. It's the 1973 picture, and Oscar winner stars Paul Newman and Robert Redford as Chicago con men who create the ultimate revenge. The thing I love about this movie is the great cast of character actors in here. It's really an ensemble team, too. But that's coming on at what time? 8 o'clock, right after Places in the Heart. But that gives you plenty of time right now to go to the phone and make that pledge. If you've been meaning to become a member of Vermont TV, you know, there's no better time than right now to fulfill those dreams and to fulfill the good feelings that you're going to get when you do decide to become a member, when you dial the numbers you see on your screen, and when you make that pledge. It only takes a pledge of $30 to be a member. $30 gets you a full year's worth of the monthly program guide. It'll keep you up to date on everything that's coming in our schedule. And all you have to do is call 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
Here's another great way to stretch your membership dollars. If you've just contributed or made a pledge to Vermont TV tonight, one way that you can stretch your membership dollars is through our matching gift program. And beside me, you see a graphic of some of our most active matching gift companies out there, but we have a long, long list. And when you do call, I hope you'll ask the volunteer to check the list, tell us where you work, and we'll check the long list. And if your company is on there tomorrow morning or sometime next week, just go into the personnel office or whatever office handles matching gifts in your company. Tell them you made a contribution to Vermont TV. They'll give you the appropriate forms. You just have to sign it, send it in, and we'll take care of the rest. And you can extend your contribution and match it maybe 1-to-1, 2-to-1, and in some cases maybe even 3-to-1. But it's a great program. I hope you'll take advantage of it. One of the other things that I'd recommend to you is when you do go to your phone, bring your MasterCard, Visa, or Discover card. That way you can charge your membership. You become an immediate member. We'll send you the program guide out immediately and any thank you gifts you might have. And just to mention the fact that you can enter the contest, too, at the same time. So what are you waiting for? 1-800-639-8303 or locally 655-1100.
The reason I volunteer for Vermont TV is because of the value I believe the station has to the state of Vermont.
Programming is very important at Vermont TV. Volunteering is also very important. As we give of ourselves, the station will also give of themselves to give us the quality of program that we want to hear and we want to enjoy.
The reason that I volunteer my time to support Vermont TV is because there is no replacement for this programming. You look on the networks, they just don't have it. They don't have an incentive to offer this kind of quality programming. And I feel like I can't afford to have Vermont TV missing from our community.
$37,150. Now, that's how much people have called in to pledge during this weekend to support movies on Vermont TV. Now, have you called in your pledge to support movies on Vermont TV? It's important that you do if you haven't yet made that phone call. You know, we really do depend on you. That's the whole idea of public television. You are the public in public television, we like to say, and 52% of our income comes from you, the viewing audience. So if you enjoy the movies on Vermont TV, if you find that you watch a lot of Vermont TV, or even if there's just one program that you're specifically interested in, then why don't you do your part to make sure that program continues? Now, we do have a contest later on this evening at the end of the sting, I think, or a little bit into Rocky, perhaps. We're going to have a drawing for the Hitachi 31-inch home theater screen. You know, it only takes a pledge of $30, and when you call in that pledge of $30 to be a member of Vermont TV, then you'll also be entered into the drawing. You'll receive a full year's worth of the program guide. It'll keep you up to date about everything that's going to be on our air. So go to the telephone right now. We'd love to hear from you. 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
We, like any other company in the area with the reception over the last several months, have had a difficult time this year, but we've also had a lot of successes. And when we have successes, they're really your successes because you pay for the programming and you help support and keep this type of station alive. Some of the things that have happened recently for us, as we've been telling you throughout the weekend, but it bears mentioning again, we've replaced our transmission system and we've added stereo capability. We've replaced our studio cameras so that we can bring you much more local production. We've produced the Emmy Award-winning series Venturing, the 13-part series. We've also produced 2 new programs called The New Workplace and Earthwork, which will be debuting sometime, I think, next month or later this month. But we've had a lot of successes, and we hope you'll continue to help us bring those successes, help us get that tote board going, and remember, for the $60 pledge, we'll send you the T-shirt or the Malton book, whatever you want. But right now, go to your phone, call toll-free, thanks to Long Distance North, 1-800-639-8303, or locally 655-1100.
As Long Distance North does provide our toll-free number, and they also come in and help volunteer like they're doing tonight, along with Friends of Vermont TV. Now, these people have given up their evenings to show their support. We're asking you to show your support by calling in a donation. If you make a pledge of $60, you will get this Mega Movie T-shirt. Or if you make a pledge of $60, you could receive, if you'd like, the Leonard Maltin 1993 movie and video guide. And if you make a pledge of $100, we will send you both, the T-shirt and the Mega Movie guide. It isn't so important how much you pledge. What really is important is that you pledge, that you get up, go to the phone, dial the number, and say, I believe that TV worth watching is TV worth paying for.
By becoming a member, you make our programs possible. Thank you. Volunteers will remain by the phones during the next program to take your pledge. If you prefer to pledge by mail, send your check to Vermont TV at our Colchester, Vermont address or to the Public Television Association of Quebec. This is Vermont ETV.
Stay tuned. Places in the Heart will continue shortly on Vermont TV.
Boy, I hope that you have been enjoying Places in the Heart. I've got to admit, I've never seen this movie before, but I've been watching it here in the studio, and I've been absolutely mesmerized. I didn't even want to stop and come in and then do the pledge break just a minute ago when they were calling for us to come in. But now I know how important it is to make sure that movies like this one can be shown on Vermont TV. This really is a very special movie, and if you've been watching along with us, I know that you'll agree. So we are taking a break in the movie, a very important break in the movie, to say it's time for you to do your part to make sure that movies like this are still shown on Vermont TV. It's very easy to do. All you have to do is dial the numbers that you see on the screen. If you make a pledge of $60, we have a special thank you gift for you, and that's our Mega Movie T-shirt. So go to the phone right now. We've had our first call. Why don't you be the person to make the second call? 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
We're rolling along with the Mega Movie Weekend, and we're halfway through Places in the Heart, and we'll be going to the Sting coming up later this evening. But I want to tell you that we've got some prizes, some wonderful thank you gifts to give away. It is getting late. want to tell you about the contest that we have. We have a 31-inch color TV, Hitachi color TV, surround sound, stereo, remote control, you name it, this baby's got it. We'll be giving it away later this evening to some lucky viewer, along with 8 movies on video cassette of the movies that we've been showing most of the week. But stay tuned. All you need to do is give us a call to enter and register to win this TV. That'll be given away later this evening. All you have to do is call right now and tell us that you are enjoying movies here at Vermont TV. Give us a call now, 1-800-639-8303 or 655-1100.
You know, it really does sound like John's having a rough time in there in the living room of Eve TV. I hear the fanfare. That means we just turned another $1,000, a little over $38,000. John, you need to just take a little rest here, take a deep breath, and go on. We have volunteers here tonight who've given up their evening to help support Vermont TV, and I want to tell you who they are. There are 2 really super groups, Long Distance North, who provides our 800 number for us, and then we also have Friends of Vermont TV, a very special group of Friends of Vermont TV this evening. And they've given up their evening to show their support of movies on Vermont TV. That's what we'd like you to do, because this is the 2nd day of our 2nd annual Mega Movie Weekend. If you make a pledge of $60, our thank you gift is the Vermont TV's Mega Movies t-shirt. Very special t-shirt we had designed especially for this weekend. The only people who'll be wearing this t-shirt are people who support movies on Vermont TV. Or if you make a pledge of $60, you might choose to receive the Leonard Maltin Movie and Video Guide. This is the new, expanded, updated 1993 version. And if you pledge at the level of $100, we will send you both the t-shirt and the movie guide, and we'll ring a cowbell in your honor. So why don't you go to the phone, make that pledge. It's important that you do so right now. 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
The container is filling up rather fast of all the people that have registered for the Hitachi 31-inch color TV. Some lucky viewer is going to win that later this evening. If you haven't already registered, now's the time for you to do it. I'd like to also give some thanks to some $100 or more pledges that we've received. We have Michael Laborde of Quebec, and an anonymous pledge from Old Bennington, Vermont, an anonymous pledge from Keene, New Hampshire, and an anonymous pledge from Montpelier. They are all now going to be registered to win the Hitachi 31-inch color TV, along with 8 movies that you've seen throughout the weekend here at Vermont TV. I'd like to remind you again, at the $60 level, our thank you gift to you tonight will be the Leonard Maltin Movie Guide. It's the 1993 edition, 19,000 listings of movies and videos. And if you're a movie buff, this would be a beautiful reference material item that you should have at your home. And if you win this TV later on this evening, it'll make a perfect companion for that as well. But go to your phones now. Tell us that you're enjoying Mega Movie Weekend and you want to continue to see these movies on Vermont TV by dialing 1-800-639-8303 or locally 655-1100.
Okay, we are back and the phones are really ringing here in the studio. We have got volunteers. Oh, let's see, we're totally full up here. Nope, Cindy will be the next person who'll talk to you if you call right now. People are phoning in and saying that movies is an important part of their viewing here on Vermont TV. That's kind of a wimpy cowbell that Ann rang down there, but that means someone has just made a $100 pledge and will be receiving the t-shirt and the Maltin Movie Guide. You know, part of the movies that your pledge helps support and bring to you is a movie that's coming up a little later this evening. We have got The Sting. It's an absolutely great movie. If you've seen it, I know you can't wait to see it again. If you haven't seen it, boy, are you in for a treat. It was the Oscar winner, 1973, Paul Newman, Robert Redford, and a super cast of character actors. Some really spectacular performances in this movie. I call it an ensemble movie, even though it does have two big-name stars. Also has Robert Shaw, a few other people in there you'll recognize. And it's coming up next, right after Places in the Heart. We're going to be going back to Places in the Heart before too long. But we're asking for you to look into your heart here, you know. Think about how much you watch Vermonti TV. Think about how much Vermonti TV's programming is important to your family. And if you find that it is, then why don't you do your part to make sure that the programming continues? And dial 1-800-639-8303, and that's thanks to Long Distance North, or you can dial 655-1100.
I'm stirring up the container. We've got lots of names. Some lucky winner is going to win that color TV later this evening. You know, when you subscribe to a newspaper or cable TV, you basically pay for it and expect to receive it all the time. Well, here at Vermonti TV, we give you the programming, and if you like it, we ask you to turn around and every once in a while pledge your support to it. So that's what we're asking you to do tonight. Become a subscriber here at Vermonti TV. You can enter the contest that I was telling you about, and it only takes a phone call, but it only takes a $30 pledge to become a member here at Vermonti TV. And for your $30 pledge, you'll receive 12 monthly issues of the program guide. We'll get those out to you. You'll know what's happening. You'll know when the next Mega Movie Weekend is on next year. Also, when you do go to your phone, I suggest you bring your MasterCard, Visa, or Discover. It's economical for you, it's easy for us, and that way we'll become immediate members and partners in this organization with you. So go to your phones right now, 1-800-639-8303, or in the Burlington area, 655-1100.
For me, Vermonti TV is a very special and unique service in that it allows television to do what it is best able to do. Instead of bringing us senseless violence and murders every 5 minutes to alarm and misinform children about what life can and ought to be about, we have something that is intelligent, thoughtful, thought-provoking, awareness-building, and is sometimes even interactive in your hotline shows. This is the best of television. This is what we need to see more of on more channels if that's possible. Vermonti TV is what television should be. It's television at its best.
You know, I happen to agree with that statement. The Vermonti TV is television as it should be, television at its best. And I hope that you agree with that, too. You know, we're hearing from people all over the viewing area who are agreeing with that statement, that it is television at its best. And this movie is just one example of our programming. This is a special weekend. We're going to resume our normal Sunday lineup next week. But right now we are doing our second annual Mega Movie Weekend, and we're asking you to phone in your pledge of support for movies here on Vermonti TV. If you have a favorite, why don't you call in? Let us know. We do listen to what people want to hear, what people would like to see. All you have to do is let us, and we'll pass it on to our programming department. But first, you have to make the call. If you pledge at $60, our thank you gift is the Mega Movie T-shirt. Go to the phone right now. Make that pledge. You'll feel so good about yourself. 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
You know, if $60 or $90 or $100 or $120, whatever, is a little bit of a bite out of your budget right at this moment, we can make it easier for you by our installment plan. We ask you to bring your MasterCard, Visa, and Discover to the phone with you, and we can set you up on a variety of installment plans, $5 a month, $7.50 a month, $10 a month, virtually whatever kind of installment you'd like. We'll be happy to set it up with your MasterCard, Visa, or Discover, and we can take a little bit of that bite out of the sting of giving, hey, I'm using movie titles in my pitches now, but right now it'll take a bit of a bite out of making that pledge all at once. So I hope you will consider that when you do. And at the $60 level, we once again would remind you of the Mega Movie T-shirt. You can be the first on your block to own one and tell your neighbors that you love movies on Vermonti TV and you support movies on Vermonti TV. And right now, I hope you'll go to the phones and make that pledge. Register for the contest while you're at it, 1-800-639-8303 or 655-1100.
Things are really busy here in the studio, and that is great. That is absolutely perfect for us. You know, I've heard a couple of questions here about why does John get to sit in the living room? People are calling up and asking, why does John get to sit in the living room? How come Carolyn has to be out there doing all the work? Well, I have been kidding John off and on all night about how I've got the hard job and he's got the easy job, but he really is kind of away from the action, and let me tell you, it's exciting here in the action, because this is telling me that people really do like movies on Vermont TV, that this is important. Gosh, I feel like Sally Field. You like it. You like it. This is wonderful. If you enjoy movies on Vermont TV, then it is important that you call right now and let us know that. The way you do it is by calling in your pledge. Now, we do have the contest later on tonight. We're going to be having that a little bit into Rocky. But right now, it's your opportunity to say, this is good programming and I support it. 1-800-639-8303, 655-1100.
We'll be going back to the conclusion of Places in the Heart, although I'm beginning to wonder if we should. Maybe we should just stay with Carolyn. She's so excited I could watch that most of the rest of the evening. But right now, think of all the things that you can do to get ready. We'll be standing by for the rest of Mega Movie Weekend. We've been here all weekend with you, and it's beginning to show, I know, but we're still going to have some fun. We've got memberships available at just about any level. We'll be happy to give you thank you gifts of, at the $60 level, the T-shirt we've been telling you about all weekend, or the Leonard Maltin book. And after the $60 level, we have a deal for you. The $100 level, we can give you both the T-shirt and the book. And at the same time, you can register, it's easy for me to say, for the contest. All you have to do is go to the phones right now and tell us you've been enjoying Places in the Heart and the movies all weekend here at Vermont TV. But whatever you do, go to your phones and tell that volunteer that you believe TV worth watching is indeed TV worth paying for.
By becoming a member, you make our programs possible. Thank you. Volunteers will remain by the phones during the next program to take your pledge. If you prefer to pledge by mail, send your check to Vermont TV at our Colchester, Vermont address or to the Public Television Association of Quebec. This is Vermont ETV.